Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. Great to have you on board. I have already posted a poll. Let me know who you see winning today out of these two players, Tsitsipas, Lehecka. Tsitsipas, I guess, is the heavy favorite for this particular matchup. Hi, Ghibli. My word just caught the end of that Azarenka word. Was it ball striking or did some variety take Pegsy out? Certainly, Pegula was struggling with the ball speed. She highlighted that on more than one occasion, using the odd expletive as she did so, as she lamented just how slow and sluggish the conditions were. Arguably, maybe more so given the roof is closed. Don't know if that played a major factor, but she was not comfortable from the first moment. She lost her serve in the opening game. I asked Jack, is that significant? To be honest with you, often losing your serve early on is a better thing because you've got plenty of time on the clock, so to speak, to get it back. But she never did, Ghibli. She never got it back. And she paid the price. But listen, Azarenka played really well. She returned really solidly, but Pegula was off the pace. Those of you tuning in, make sure you hit that like button. We are here for Stefanos Tsitsipas against Lehecka. It's 40-15 on the Greek serve. He's chosen to serve first, and as a result, is on the verge of a one-love lead. He should be winning this point. Goes for the drive volley. Doesn't win the point at that juncture, though. Could be in a bit of trouble now. The lob from Lehecka is successful, 40-30. Tsitsipas was in charge at that point and probably should have won it. Okay, so let me know, by the way, if I'm coming across loud and clear. I am using this microphone setup today where I'm using a handheld mic. I hope you can hear me nice and smoothly. Just having a quick look, by the way, at the poll. We actually have just 2 votes so far. Let me know what you think regarding Tsitsipas against Lehecka. At the moment, the poll is 50-50. I would be surprised if it remained that way and most of you didn't go the way of the Greek. Tsitsipas, I'm going to win today in 4, but it will not be easy. Remember, they played each other in Rotterdam last year. I know Tsitsipas won, but it was anything but comfortable, and Lehecka is a much better player since then. By the way, it's on to deuce already on the Tsitsipas serve. If Tsitsipas goes out today, this half of the draw would have just fallen apart. I mean, Lehecka against Khachanov, who would have had that as a semi-final? Anyway, here we are. Okay, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe if you are new. Do you think JP got nervous? I don't think so, but there is a pattern emerging regarding quarterfinals. She obviously got to a couple last year. It is the furthest she's got now in a slam, and as I say, there is a pattern emerging regarding just getting to the quarterfinals and not being able to get any further. I suggested it might be a problem before the match, but I still had Pegula to win. But maybe Azarenka dealt with the occasion better. She certainly played much better. But like I say, Pegula, I am convinced once Pegula reaches press, which will be happening any minute, I would imagine, she will be talking mostly about the conditions and certainly not favoring her. That shot there, by the way, Lehecka goes wide. So that favors Stefanos Tsitsipas. He takes a 1-love lead. And yeah. Don't forget to vote in our poll as to who you think is going to win. And by the way, also let me know in the live chat who you have winning today between these two guys, Lehecka and Tsitsipas. Like I say, for me, Tsitsipas is the favorite. Hardly a rocket science prediction, that one, I would argue. And yeah, let me know how you see this one going. 4 minutes in, went to deuce there. Wasn't the most comfortable of holds for Steph, but he did hold, and that is the most important thing. Ghibli there, I'm thinking Steph could do an Azarenka, Lehecka's Pegula, but Jiri handled Norrie's unorthodox game very well. Felix is so one-dimensional, it's hard to compare. Yeah, but listen, I still think they're very, very impressive wins, both of them. Back-to-back wins over Cam Norrie, back-to-back wins over top 20 players. I mean, Cam Norrie is knocking on the door for the top 10. But he's going to have to do 3 in a row here with obviously Stefanos Tsitsipas in this quarterfinal. By the way, Tsitsipas really anything other than a Grand Slam final appearance I think will be exceptionally disappointing for him, bearing in mind how the draw has opened up. I think Korda losing today to Khachanov is also useful. Of course, Korda pulling up injured in the third set, but he was already 2-0 down in that particular match. So, yeah. Anyway, Tsitsipas wins the first game and is in fact love 30 already on the Lehecka serve. Okay. Yeah, so let me know your predictions. Ghibli, I think you're going for Steph in this one, right? Just going to get my bottle of water. That's the great thing with the handheld mic. I can just leave the commentary like this, but you can still hear me, and I get my water, and I'm back. By the way, I don't know what you think about my setup here behind. I've got a board here, which I might use from time to time to explain how the points are shaping out. We can see this board here. Maybe I'll make myself a bit bigger, so perhaps you can see things a little bit better. If I move this, for example, that way, okay, maybe this way here, might be able to give you an idea. I might fancy standing for a little while as well, and probably put the old hat on to put the hair back in place. Okay, so it's love 30, second serve, Lehecka. Boom, 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 boom. Forehand return from Steph, but he's way out of court right now, although he gets his racket on that. Is this going to be an easy smash? It is for Lehecka, 15-30. Yeah, I don't know. I think Lehecka's not going to make it easy for him today. But can anyone stop Novak? Okay, 15-30. Lehecka serve. Goes into the net, second serve. Where are you going? Into the forehand of Steph, but Steph goes wide with a forehand. He went big, as of course, as he prefers to do, but he goes wide, and it's 30 all, ladies and gentlemen. What about winning the whole thing? I'd love to know who you think is going to win the women's title this year. Of course, today we've had Pegula going out to Azarenka, Ostapenko going out to Rybakina. Who have you got winning on the women's side? Of course, Sabalenka looking good on the other side of the draw. As Steph puts a backhand slice into the net, and it's 40-30 Lehecka, having been love 30 down on his serve, by the way. Oh, Ghibli, by the way, we spoke a bit about the quarter match, and we were aware that his service speeds were fine, but Jack was arguing that actually the wrist injury probably wouldn't impact the serve so much, and so that might explain why the service speeds are very similar to the defeat he had against Hurkacz in the previous round. And the forehand was wayward, as we spoke about several times during the stream. The forehand was going long a lot, even in the first set. But I would say the inflection point is obviously the moment when he goes off to the side of the court to have the treatment at 2-3. And from that moment onwards, the match was pretty much set. As Lehecka puts a backhand into the net. She will fancy her chances. I'm sure she's a pretty confident individual, Ghibli, but I think Rybakina wins that. We'll see. 3 Grand Slam titles between them. Of course, Rybakina won Wimbledon last year. Azarenka won her 2 Grand Slams, both at the Australian Open in 2012 and 2013. Trying to go for her 3rd Grand Slam at the same tournament. Anyway, we're on juice here. Backhand from Steph. Backhand to backhand exchange at the moment. Lehecka tries to change it up. Doesn't succeed. Puts the ball into the net. And we have an advantage for the Greek. Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Advantage Stefanos Tsitsipas. A break point here to take a 2-love lead. Backhand return from Steph. Lehecka, lovely touch at the net there from Lehecka. A serve and volley. Deuce. It was a sort of defensive backhand return. Not much Steph could have done about that. And Lehecka delivers with aplomb. Forehand return from Steph. And Lehecka goes wide with that forehand. So it's another break point for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Already, we've had a few pressure points here for Lehecka. He was loved 30 down, managed to get that back. However, we are now looking at break point number 2, advantage Tsitsipas. Where are you going with the serve? Going down the tee, and it's an ace. Deuce. Maybe he caught Stefanos by surprise there on such a pressure point. Probably wouldn't be expecting him to go to the forehand. Went down the tee, but it was pinpoint precise, perfect. 16 people, make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Second serve here for Steph to look at. He was going for the forehand again, by the way. Steph way back on this second serve. Steph goes big on the return on the forehand, and Lehecka goes long. So it's another break point, the third one of this game alone for Stefanos Tsitsipas. As we have a look at Lehecka's box there. Of course, Mark Philippoussis is on board for Tsitsipas at this tournament. I don't know how long-standing that partnership will be. Started at the United Cup. Backhand return now from Steph on the slice. Backhand again, Steph. Forehand Lehecka, who's pretty much in charge at this point. And Steph goes wide on the forehand side. Back to deuce, the fourth one of the game. Let's have a quick look. We've got another comment. Ghibli there in the chat. Linette, Vekic, and KP. If Vekic head-to-head works against good serving Arena, that opens it up. Indeed, it does, but I do think Sabalenka will prevail. Okay, backhand side now for Lehecka. Backhand of Steph, and he's got a chance here to win this point. He should do, and he does. Chasing that ball down. Comfortable point there for Steph, meaning fourth break point of the game. One game to love. Advantage Stefanos Tsitsipas. Is he going to get the early break? We've seen decisive early breaks already in the 3 previous matches today at quarterfinal level. Rybakina gets an early break against Ostapenko, wins the match. By the way, Lehecka, though, is just an unreturnable deuce. Seb Korda goes an early break down and 3-love to Khachanov. And guess what? Khachanov wins that match. And today, Azarenka broke in the first game of the match, meaning she got a break immediately against Pegula, and she goes on to win 6-4, 6-1. How surprising was that? 7 minutes 40 in this game. We're probably going to well go past 8 minutes. And Lehecka nets. So it's break point number 5 for Stefanos Tsitsipas. We saw how ruthless he was on break points the other day against Jannik Sinner. Extremely ruthless. Anyway, today slightly less so in this game. It's going to be, it's breakpoint number 5. Yeah, I think in the first couple of sets, he won 4 out of 4 on break points. Okay, Tsitsipas on the forehand side. Backhand now of Lehecka. That's a good backhand. Comes in to attack the net. I think he's going to save this break point as well, is he? Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. It was an excellent lofted lob, really, from Tsitsipas. Lehecka gets a racket on it, but it's not enough. It goes wide into the tram line. He was like this on it, Rafa Nadal-esque, but he couldn't quite pull off the feet. To be honest with you, it was a great kind of defensive lob from Tsitsipas that Lehecka then tries to get it back, gets it on the backhand side, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Goes into the tram line, and we are at 2-love, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got that early break, which is so decisive for the other 3 matches that I already highlighted. Stefanos Tsitsipas down the tee, 15-love. Okay, Tsitsipas, 2-love, 15-love. Serving. Down the tee once again. Good, gets a racket on the Lehecka. Backhand to backhand. Backhand slice now. Sorry, backhand to backhand. Remaining on the backhands. Lehecka switching it up, but goes long. 30-love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. So I guess if you had Tsitsipas to win this match, as Ghibli and I did, he was tempted to go for 3 sets, but went 4. I guess you're looking pretty good right now, especially as it's 40-love after that unreturnable serve. 40-love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Okay. Could be grim. Could be grim, Jiri. Could be grim, Ghibli. Call you Jiri there. Although, of course, it's Jiri Lehecka. 3-love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat. I've not seen anyone giving a firm answer. Ghibli, who have you got winning the women's draw, by the way? I think I heard you sort of suggesting various people. I have Rybakina to beat Azarenka. And I would have in the other semi-final, I will have Sabalenka against either Lynette or I guess is she playing Pliskova? I think, isn't it? It's Lynette Pliskova in the other one. So maybe Sabalenka Pliskova and then a Sabalenka Rybakina in a final. How does that sound? Has Lynette got a good chance? I think she has against Pliskova, but I'm just going for Pliskova. Not really sure. Okay, 3-love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Will that be decisive for this set? Could well be. What do we think about Steph's win against Sinner, by the way? Was that a good win? 5 sets? I thought it would be much more comfortable, actually, and has left me with a few more doubts regarding the Greek rather than optimism. But I mean, the biggest doubt we have about anybody in this tournament, which is pretty much the minute the tournament began, was all centered around the fact that Novak Djokovic is a heavy, heavy, heavy favorite to win this tournament. And in fact, if anything, the dominoes have fallen in his favor. Do dominoes fall in people's favor? Don't know. But for me, Alcaraz going out injured certainly doesn't do him any harm. The draw, which was pretty favorable in those first 3 rounds, really meaning that he didn't really seem to be under too much pressure, certainly in rounds 1 and 2. It's not like he got a tough first or second round. So he was always pretty much guaranteed to be able to get to the third round. And then even, I would suggest Rune and perhaps even Korda's defeat today all help him because I think that the matchups and the head-to-head records against Rublev, obviously it's only 2-1 against Rublev, but for me, trust me, Rublev is a much more favorable match for Djokovic than Rune. I say Rybakina to win. Men, it's hard not to say Novak, but Steph is not useless against Novak despite 7-1. Yeah, it's the head-to-head that concerns me, and I know they had a really tight match in Paris-Bercy recently that went all the way to a deciding set tiebreak, but this is Albert Park, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rod Laver Arena. In fact, of course, Novak has only lost once. By the way, Lehecka going wild there on that forehand. So it's 15-all. 3-love Steph Tsitsipas, 15-all. By the way, back to what I was saying about, so Novak. Novak has lost once since September. That was Holger Rune in a final, which he easily could have won. It was a breakup in the third. I'm going to guess that must be about 30-odd matches. One defeat in 30-odd matches. And we all know how good he is in Melbourne as well. That's a nice volley there from Lehecka at the net, 30-15. Hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. And feel free to send in a super chat. That's a lovely touch at the net there from Lehecka. Yeah, so I mean, he won in Astana. He won in Tel Aviv. He got to the final in Paris-Bercy. He won the ATP Tour indoor finals. And now he won in Adelaide. And now he's in a quarterfinals in Australia at the Australian Open in Melbourne. Anyway, 40-15 Lehecka. Just can't see Rublev laying a glove on him. Just can't see it. But who knows? I do sometimes get these predictions wrong. Okay. Steph there getting ready to return. This will be a second serve from Lehecka. Runs around the forehand, hits it wide. 3-1. Lehecka is on the board. All right, Ghibli, nice to have you on board and speak to you soon. If you haven't done so already, Ghibli, make sure you hit that like button and be in touch. Take care. Tsitsipas to serve. 3-1 he leads. Okay. to the forehand of Lehecka, forehand Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas coming into the net. That's a good shot from Lehecka, and as a result, forces the error from Tsitsipas. Love 15. Maybe didn't do quite enough with that forehand. Is Tsitsipas going to make his first Australian Open final? Lehecka and Khachanov stand in his way. Khachanov, of course, in his second consecutive Grand Slam semi-final. Are you surprised by that? Okay, Tsitsipas, where are you going with this serve? You are going down the tee. It's a forehand defensive return, but it's nowhere near good enough, and it's 15 all. (3-1) he leads, 15 all. Tsitsipas was going down the tee again, this time to the backhand of Lehecka. Both of these players, of course, right-handers. You're going to go out wide or down the tee? You're going out wide to the forehand of Lehecka, and Lehecka goes long on the forehand. It's a couple of errors on the return there. Certainly that one was a gift, I would suggest, for the Greek. So yeah, there we go, 30-15. Okay, 40-15 now. Stefanos Tsitsipas leads. A 4-1 lead, and you can't really imagine him relinquishing that, but you never know. Down the tee, but it goes long and maybe even fractionally wide, but it's a second serve. Stefanos Tsitsipas, 40-15. Lehecka's pretty far back as well, paying a lot of respect for that serve. Steph, on a second serve, rushes into the net and a serve and volley. Maybe that's a little bit of a surprise tactic, and I think it caught Lehecka out. It certainly caught me out anyway. 4-1 he leads. We will take a 60-second break, and I will be back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's on the Lehecka serve. It's 1-4, and it's 15 love to the Czech. And he has forced an error from Stefanos Tsitsipas. It was almost a winner for Lehecka. 15 love. We have 20 people on board right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new. We always need new subscribers. And if you wish to support the channel in a financial sense, you can hit the super chat button that you'll see just below the live chat where there's that $sign. Hit that and feel free to make a donation of your choice. All donations are accepted, from the smallest to the largest. All welcome and all help us continue providing content for you. Lehecka leads, by the way, 40 love. Let's have a quick look at the live chat. I saw a couple of comments there from Jamie Drummer. Karen has had identical scenario, 2 slams in a row. Someone else beats Mehdi from his section, then he beats them, Kyrgios and Korda. Of course, he didn't play Kyrgios at this event, but he did play Korda, as you say. So there we go. Okay, make sure you hit that like button, and I'll get back to the match. Lehecka there with a drop shot. Is it good enough? It is good enough to win the point, and therefore the game. 4-2. Good hold that for Lehecka. 4-2. Stefanos Tsitsipas to serve. I sound like an umpire, don't I? By the way, what do you think about this new stance of me standing up? I don't know. I just feel as though I need a little bit of an energy shakedown right now. I can take that off the screen, of course, because we are very much back together here. 4-2, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Let me know your thoughts on this match, but also some of the other matches that have taken place today. Straight sets wins, actually, all 3, one way or another. Of course, Korda retiring 2 sets to love down. Exceptionally disappointing for the American, because I think he had a chance of getting to the final. Anyway, there we go. Tsitsipas, 4-2. Goes down the tee, backhand return of Lehecka, forehand Lehecka slice, forehand winner, Stefanos Tsitsipas, down the line. 15 love. Break points saved at this tournament. 35 out of 41, an 85% record. Pretty good for Steph, actually, break points saved. Okay, 15 love. Stefanos Tsitsipas, 4-2. Goes to the backhand of Lehecka, comes into the net. He's got a smash here, has he? Or is it going to go long? No, he must have been bounced on the line. They're back in the rally. Rally reset. Forehand goes long from Stefanos Tsitsipas. 15 all. It was all about that sort of lofted defensive shot from Lehecka. Ends up landing very, 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 very close to the baseline. Tsitsipas from that moment was in trouble and eventually hit a forehand just a little bit long. What do we think of the Steph return? This is how he returns, isn't it? Okay, 15 all. He's not returning right now because he's serving. He's got an ace down the tee, and it's 30-15. By the way, we've got a tee here for talking tennis. Okay, first serve points 1. He's at 79%. That's a pretty healthy ratio, I would suggest. 30-15, that's the most important stat, of course. 4-2, goes out wide, but ends up going too far wide. What are you going to do with the second serve? I'm going to guess go down the tee. Goes into the body, actually. Comes into the net. Wins the point with a backhand volley. 40-15. Jamie, who have you got winning, if you are still with us, Jamie Drummer? Have you got winning the women's side? Who are you tipping to win the women's? I've went for Sabalenka at the beginning of the tournament, and I see no reason to change my mind. That's a decent backhand volley there from Steph. Okay. (5-2). Stefanos Tsitsipas. Change of ends. We have 16 people. Make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. Tell me what you think about the opening exchanges, by the way, here in this match. Jump in the live chat and tell me what you think. Stefanos Tsitsipas getting off to a flyer. So many people today, by the way, getting off to good starts and end up going on to win the match, as I touched upon earlier. Rybakina getting a good start against Sabalenka. She won in straight sets. Sebi Korda lost his serve in the first game of the match. He goes on to lose. Kachanov goes through and awaits the winner of this Tsitsipas-Lehecka match. And we also had in the most recent match, were you surprised that Azarenka won that match so easily? I certainly was, 6-4, 6-1. And of course, she broke serve in the first game of the match. So suddenly she's 3-love up. And really, there was no way back, as it turned out, for Pegula. So Pegula's out at the quarterfinal stage of a Grand Slam again. Tsitsipas also breaking early here. And as a result, he's 5-2 up in this first set. Lehecka to serve. Two five. There's a bit of a break in play. I'm not quite sure what this is about. Oh, it's waiting for Steph to change his racket. John Blom is in the umpire booth. I haven't seen him for a few days. Maybe he had a long weekend. Anyway, he's back. Tuesday night, of course, it is in Australia. Tuesday morning, as it is here in Central Europe. New balls should be a slight advantage for Steph. Sorry, for Lehecka, who's serving. It's always a slight advantage to serve with a new set of balls. Gets his first serve long. 15-love. 24 people now on board. Nice to have you all on board. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. 15-love, Lehecka. Where are you going with this serve? Are you going to the forehand? I think you're going to go to the backhand. That would be my guess. You don't. You go to the forehand. And the forehand is long. Good choice, Lehecka. Perhaps that's why you're a professional and I am not. 30-love. Serving, of course, to stay in this set. Bit of pressure here. Helped by the fact he's 30-love up. Goes long on the first serve. Where are you going with this serve? So run around forehand for Steph. And it's good enough to force the error from Lehecka. I mean, that was probably more of an error than a forced error, I would argue. So 30-15. Fortunately, I have a handheld mic, so I can just move away like so. Down the tee from Lehecka. Defensive forehand return from Steph, but he's very much in the rally now as they exchange forehands, forehand to forehand. They continue to exchange forehands, and Lehecka dumps his into the net. 30 all. Steph, 2 points from winning the first set. AO 2023. Is anyone other than Novak Djokovic winning this on the men's side? Steph with a backhand defensive return goes long, so it's 40-30. Let me know what you think about both this match, but also the tournament as a whole, both on the men's and women's side in the live chat. If you send in a super chat, I'll put it up on the screen. Okay, 40-30. Goes to the backhand of Steph. Steph gets the backhand in. Backhand slice this time from Steph. It was an unusual one, I would suggest. Backhand a bit more aggressive this time from Steph. Forehand, Steph goes long, and it's a hold for Lehecka. Nevertheless, Stefanos Tsitsipas leads 5-3 and will serve for the first set. They're not hanging around here, by the way. Okay, Stefanos Tsitsipas serving. Hi, Matthew. Nice to have you on board. 5-3 goes down the tee, and it's an ace. 15-love. First set going Steph's way was always very likely. First time on laver, night conditions, Steph fast start always meant expecting more in the second set. Let's see, Matthew. Let's see. So I'm guessing you think this is going to be a 4 or 5 setter. Let's see if you are right. 15-love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Backhand return goes long, so it's 30-love. That's assuming, of course, that Steph wins this set, which he's extremely close to doing. Tsitsipas 30-love, serving, first serve. Is he going to get it in? No, hits the net. Second serve. was going to the forehand. Sorry, was going to the forehand of Lehecka because he's a right-hander. Lehecka once again standing very far back, and it's a double fault from Steph. So 2 serves into the net, 30-15. There's Philippoussis in the box of Steph. Tsitsipas goes down the tee. It's not enough to win the point. Good defensive shot there from Lehecka, but this time Lehecka goes long on the backhand side. It's 40-15 for Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's 2 set points for the Greek. I've seen another level of Lehecka to make me believe he has the game to hurt Steph. Of course, I have no idea how much he's depleted mentally and physically. We will see. One thing he is depleted of, which is the first set, because Stefanos Tsitsipas has won the first set 6-3. We will take a 60-second break, and I will be right back with you. And we are back at the beginning of the second set. Jiri Lehecka serving. He wins the first point, so it's 15-love on the Czech serve. It's an excellent forehand winner down the line. Welcome on board, everybody. Those of you tuning in for the first time, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. If you are new, we need more subscribers. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for stopping by. Jiri Lehecka is 1 set down, but he is 30-love up on his serve. The clock strikes 11:56 here in Bonn. What time is it where you are, and where are you tuning in from? Make sure you come and join us in the live chat and let us know. It's 40-love now, Lehecka, after an unreturnable serve. Parme, says the father of Stefanos Tsitsipas. For those of you unsure, parme, it means let's go, come on, in Greek. Forehand return from Steph, a nice deep return there, by the way. And yes, 40-15. Bum, 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 bum. Forehand there, good forehand there from Steph, bringing up 40-15. Still, Lehecka has 2 game points for a 1-love lead. Clips the net, goes long. Okay. 40-15. Forehand return from Steph. It's decent, but nothing special. That's a good forehand, though. Clips the line, puts him in charge of the point. Down the line, 40-30. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat, by the way. Do you play tennis? What kind of a player are you? Are you a pusher? Are you aggressive? Are you a serve bot? Are you someone who has a dynamic return like Novak? Are you someone who uses a lot of topspin like Rafa? Or do you hit the ball pretty flat like Medvedev? Forehand Lehecka to the forehand of Steph. Forehand Lehecka goes down the line. It's an excellent, excellent winner from Jiri, and he gets on the board. 1-0. Unlike the previous set, by the way, when he was broken in his first service game, he has held. 1-0. He leads Stefanos Tsitsipas to return or to serve next. Okay, Stefanos Tsitsipas, love won, but more importantly, he won the first set. I might have to sit down at some point, but right now I'm quite happy standing. 1-0, Jiri Lehecka, but Stefanos Tsitsipas, are you going to get the first serve in? Yes, you are. It's to the forehand, and it's gone long from Lehecka, so it's 15-love to the Greek. By the way, I have a poll going. Let's have a quick look at the poll. What did you predict for this encounter? Who have you got winning it? Let's have a quick look at the poll. 74% went for Stefanos Tsitsipas. I'll give it another couple of minutes, and then I'll probably have to bring that to an end, because otherwise it's kind of unfair. Okay, 15-all. Steph to the backhand of Lehecka. Forehand. Ooh, that is wayward. That is wayward from Steph. 15-30. Scrunches up his face. As well you will. 15-30. Tsitsipas serving here at love 1 here in the early stages of this second set. 43 minutes on the block. 43 minutes on the clock. 43 minutes on the board, whatever you want to call it. There is Mark Philippoussis, of course, former tennis player himself. I believe he lost a Wimbledon final to Roger Federer. I'm going to say 2003, but I could be wrong on that one. An Australian, of course, of Greek heritage. 30-all, by the way. Okay, goes down to the forehand return. Backhand Steph. Backhand from Lehecka. Backhand again. Lehecka goes into the net, and it's 40-30. Was in a spot of bother at 15-30. Perhaps he was given a bit of helping hand there by Lehecka. Dumping that backhand, trying to switch it up, go down the line, trying to go over the higher part of the net. For those of you unaware, tennis net is actually not equal all the way across. It is marginally higher at the two ends, if you like. So here and here, the net is slightly higher than it is here. Hence, it can also be a little bit tricky when you want to change direction, rather than if you're going cross court, cross court, cross court, cross court. It's a little easier for two reasons. One, changing direction, of course, on the ball and your body, but also because you're going over the higher part of the net. Anyway, Stefanos Tsitsipas holds after being 15-30 down, thanks to a little backhand volley at the net there, meaning he holds, so it's 1-all. Can take that comment off the screen because, of course, I am back. Stefanos Tsitsipas goes long. 15 love to Lehecka. Where are you going with this serve, Lehecka? You're 15 love up, 1 game all. Goes to the backhand, but it's actually long, so it's going to be a second serve for Steph to look at. 46 minutes on the clock, and we're already well into this second set. And it's a double fault from Lehecka. 15 all. Lehecka doing the Leylah Fernandez there. We all know what the Leylah is. Okay, Lehecka, where are you going with this serve? Into the body of Steph, but he does well to get a forehand on it. Another good defensive forehand from Steph. And ultimately, Lehecka, though, wins the point at the third time of asking. 30-15. Some good defense there from Steph, to be fair. He was really on the defensive with that first forehand there. And then the other one was just stretching on it and managed to get it over the net. Forehand return from Steph off a first serve from Lehecka. Forehand Lehecka goes long. 30 all. 1 game all, 30 all. Second set. First set, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Okay, Tsitsipas, where you're going to have to receive this one. It's the backhand. And they're in the rally. Lehecka comes into the net. It's a good volley, though, from Lehecka at the net. Tell you what, that's 3 or 4 excellent volleys from Jiri Lehecka. And it gives him a 40-30 lead. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Stefanos Tsitsipas gets a backhand return, but no, it's going to be a second serve. 40-30. Jiri Lehecka leads in this game. 1 game all. Where are you going with this serve? Are you going down the tee or are you going to go out wide? Tries to go down the tee. The first one must have been a let court because this one hits the net and goes out. So it's a second serve here for Tsitsipas to look at on the backhand side. Forehand Lehecka, forehand Steph. Steph on the runaround forehand there slightly, and Lehecka goes long. It's deuce. Stefanos Tsitsipas looks towards his box and goes with the racket. Senses blood perhaps. Deuce. Lehecka serving. If he's not careful, the Czech, this might run away from him pretty quickly, this match. But let's see. Long way to go yet, I guess. Good first serve there. Unreturnable, giving him an advantage, just as I was reading out the Doomsday Book. Advantage Lehecka, 1 game all. By the way, I'm going to bring that poll to an end very, very soon. So get voting in the poll that I've posted on YouTube. And Tsitsipas goes long with the forehand, and Lehecka holds for a 2-1 advantage. Yes, I'm going to bring that poll to an end. So you've got a few seconds left to vote. Let me see, where are we at on that poll right now? We are at 72% saying that Stefanos Tsitsipas is going to win. Any more people wanting to vote? As soon as I see that move, as soon as I see that figure move, I will bring the poll to an end. So you're the last person who's going to be able to vote. As soon as I see a percentage go up or down for Steph or Jiri, I will bring it to an end. At the moment, it's 72% for in Tsitsipas's favor. I'm not sure how many people have voted, by the way, altogether. Oh, we've got 29 votes. Not bad. The moment 72-28. That makes sense for me. To be honest with you, I'm surprised it isn't even slightly more, especially as some of you will have had a slight advantage in that you could have voted after the match started. We're already well into the second set. 72-28 on that poll, which is on YouTube, which is where you can come and join us. Hit the like button, by the way, if you are watching on YouTube. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Tsitsipas here and Lehecka on serve in the second set, but Tsitsipas has the huge advantage. By the way, John Blom, the guy in the umpire's chair there, you may recognize him. A year ago, he was the umpire for the Nadal Medvedev final in Melbourne, but he's shaved off his moustache since that final. Plenty of Greek support, of course, for Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas, I heard him talking about it before the match began. Tsitsipas was saying, if you're British, you've got Wimbledon as your home tournament. If you're from the US, you've got the US Open. If you're French, you've got the French Open. He says he feels as though the Australian Open is for him because he is Greek. And of course, there's a huge Greek population in Melbourne. I'm not sure if it's the second or third largest on the planet, but it gives you an idea. We've got Athens with the most Greeks, and either Melbourne or perhaps Thessaloniki in the north of Greece, the second largest, and then the other way around. So basically, Melbourne has a lot of Greeks, is what I'm saying to you, which is why he feels as though it's a home slam. Is that? Oh, wow. What a return from Lehecka. What a return, ladies and gentlemen. Love 15 on the Tsitsipas serve. Although now Tsitsipas gets it back to 15 all. Where are you watching from, by the way? Where are you tuning in from? I'm in Bonn in Western Germany. Where are you tuning in from? Which part of the world are you in? Are you also in Europe? Are you also in Germany, perhaps? Or are you elsewhere? Are you tuning in from North America? If you're in North America, it must be pretty much the middle of the night there. Perhaps you're in Australia. Perhaps you're in the Rod Laver Arena. That would be nuts to me. Ooh, Tsitsipas there trying to change it up. It's 15:30. Once again, he's there as an example of somebody trying to change it up during the rally. Goes for that slightly higher part of the net and hits it into the net. It's a tricky shot. Trust me. Anyway, 15:30. So Steph is under a bit of pressure here on his serve. Not plain sailing, that's for sure. 1-2, 15:30. Steph tries to go down the tee, but it goes wide. So Lehecka, by the way, Lehecka paying a lot of respect to the Steph serve, although I think he's getting a bit closer to the baseline here. Backhand return from Lehecka. Backhand from Steph. Very cautious backhand, that one. Forehand from Lehecka, which is a good forehand. That's a really good forehand, Lehecka. Lehecka now coming into the net. Does he put it wide? No, he doesn't. Good winner, but it was very close, much closer than he would have wanted. I can see that somebody has voted now for Stefanos Tsitsipas, so I am bringing that poll to an end. 73% of the people watching think Tsitsipas will win, 27% going for Lehecka. By the way, that could well have easily changed in the next minute or so because like right now, Lehecka has 2 break points. My goodness, that was close, though. He should have easily put that away. And in the end, he was like, ooh, that was pretty close. Nearly put it out. Also, don't forget to hit that like button on Facebook. We've got 11 likes at the moment. Come on, people. Hit the like button. Okay, Tsitsipas goes down the tee. It's an unreturnable. It's an unreturnable for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Good news for him and his fans, 30-40. Okay, where are you going with this? Still the second break point to defend, though. 30-40, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Where are you going with this one? You're going out wide, but it's actually wide itself. So it's a second serve for Lehecka to look at. Look how much closer he is to the baseline, by the way. In the earlier games, he was much further back. Forehand return is wayward, one of my favorite words at times when watching a tennis match. And as a result, it is deuce. Could be a big hold, this one. 2-1 to Lehecka, but it's Tsitsipas serving 1-2 deuce. Tsitsipas goes down the tee almost, although it was pretty central. Big on the forehand there from Steph. Run around forehand again from Steph. Now it's on the backhand side of Steph. Is it going to be a put away for Lehecka? Steph goes defensive, of course. Not a bad high lofted ball, but it's going to be a smash for Lehecka. It's not enough, but Steph shanks and it goes out. Steph shanking on the backhand side, not for the first time in his life, and almost certainly not the last. That was a very makeable backhand, by the way, off a rather average smash from Lehecka, perhaps. That was very makeable. Certainly should have made him play at least another ball. Didn't do so. And as a result, he has a third break point. Okay, Steph goes down the tee. Forehand return is half decent from Lehecka. Forehand from Lehecka clips the top of the net and lands his own side. I thought that was going to clip the top of the net and go the other side of the net, but it didn't. So it's deuce. Deuce. Tsitsipas gets away with it, you could argue. Goes down the tee, but it's wide. Deuce, second serve. Where are you going with this one? Lehecka this time really far back, depending on, he's in the deuce court there. So he obviously prefers to go back a lot further when he's returning from the deuce court. By the way, forehand though from Lehecka. Backhand Steph, forehand Lehecka, going for the backhand again. He's peppering the backhand of Stefanos Tsitsipas, and Stefanos Tsitsipas doesn't like it. Hence another shank. I said he'll be doing another one in his career at some point. I didn't expect him to be doing it so soon. Advantage Lehecka, break point number 4 in this game. He's not broken the Stefanos Tsitsipas serve yet. Okay, Steph's to serve. Where are you going with this serve, Steph? Down the tee or out wide? Going out wide. Second serve. Where are you going with this one? Ooh, that was nearly a double fault there. Deuce. Lehecka. Maybe again Tsitsipas going in for what do you call it? A serve and volley off a second serve. Perhaps distracted Lehecka, and Lehecka puts it into the net. Deuce. Tsitsipas, where are you going with this one? Down the tee, backhand return from Lehecka. Don't recall a game point yet for Steph in this game. Forehand Steph, forehand Lehecka winner. Nice play, Lehecka. Got a bit lucky with a net cord. Anyway, game break point number 5 for the Czech. Too short, that forehand from Steph. I mean, he was on the defensive, but he's landing the ball somewhere around here. That's way too short. Might just put this back a little bit. Maybe you can see it a little bit more clearly. Might even just bring this down slightly as well. Yeah, so he's landing it somewhere around here. That's way too short. But it's an unreturnable from Lehecka, and Steph raises his arms aloft like this. Deuce, another breakpoint save. I think that's 5 in total in this game. Lehecka cannot take his chances. Okay, 1-2, deuce. This time it's an unreturnable, and finally Stefanos Tsitsipas gets a game point. 1-2, advantage Stefanos Tsitsipas. Is he going to hold here? This would be a huge hold for Steph. Where are you going with your serve? You are going down the tee, and it's unreturnable. As he raises his racket and his fist at the same time, he is delighted. His fans are delighted. His family is delighted. Apostolos, and I'm sure Mark Philippoussis is too, although he's obviously keeping it all inside. 2 games all. Very important hold that. at the beginning, or as we enter the middle part of this second set. Very happy there, Steph. Maybe relieved, really, is a better emotion to describe it. Steph here getting ready to return. Return of serve is possibly the part of his game that is under the most scrutiny, perhaps. Oh, that's a decent lob there from Steph, a tweener and a volleyed winner. And now he's got a smash to look at, and it's going to be love 15. He is pumped. Parme pumped, arguably. Lehecka, love 15. Good defensive lob, that. Half decent tweener, to be fair. Tweener, by the way, if you're not sure what it is, it's one of those ones where you're running back and you hit the ball between your legs. Anyway, it's love 15. Jiri Lehecka to serve. And by the way, he had 5 break points in that previous game. It comes into the net for this one, so it's a serve and volley. But, oh, that's an excellent volley there from Lehecka. Nice anticipation, nice reflexes, 15 all. But perhaps Tsitsipas should have done better with the passing shot. Should have probably gone down the line with that one, but it was on the backhand side. It's a decent serve, comes in for the serve volley. The volley isn't good enough, though, and chooses the wrong side there. Just needed to hit that down the line, but it is the trickier shot. Decided to go for the easier shot, was the cross court, though, and as a result, didn't win the point. Lehecka comes in, and it's a 1-2, 30-15 for Jiri Lehecka as he breathes out a sigh of relief. Stefanos Tsitsipas winning the first set 6-3. We are 2-all on serve in the second set. Lehecka serving at 30-15. Where are you going with this one, Lehecka? Into the net is where you're going. Where are you going with this one, Lehecka? Going long is where you're going. It's 30-all. Double fault. Okay, 30-all. Are we going to get a hold? Are we going to get a break point or a game point? Let's have a look. We're getting a game point because we've got an ace from Jiri Lehecka, the Czech. He was talking about Thomas Berdych, of course, before the match, and what an inspiration Berdych was. Berdych, by the way, arguably one of the best players in the last 20 years not to win a Grand Slam. I was having that discussion with a few people earlier on today about legends of the game, if you like, that haven't won a Grand Slam. Arguably, Berdych is up there near the top. David Ferrer is somebody who's often in that conversation as well. 40-30 Lehecka. Second serve here for Steph Tsitsipas to look at. Backhand return. And it is a shanked return. And therefore, Lehecka holds. And we will take a 1-minute break. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And it is 30 love on the Tsitsipas serve, going with serve at 2-3 in this second set. What are your predictions right now? Let me know what you think in the live chat. What are your thoughts? $40 love now for Steph. Looking pretty comfortable this hold. Can he get first serve in here? Yes, he can. Goes for the 1-2. Gets the volleyed winner at the net. And as a result, it's now 3 games all. And this picture that I'm sharing with you almost becomes irrelevant. 3 games all. It's 3-2 at the time I took this picture, which is about 60 seconds ago. That was a very, very, very quick hold to love for Stefanos Tsitsipas. And it's 3-all with the pressure back on Lehecka. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. 3 games all. Lehecka to serve. Where are you going to go with this one? Probably to the backhand of Steph. Yes, it is. Just creeps over the net from Steph. Is that a winner? No, it's not. Is it going to land in? Yes, it is, you know. And he's neutralized the rally there, Steph. Although it's a good deep forehand from Lehecka. Forehand now Steph to the forehand of Lehecka. Backhand Steph. Backhand Lehecka cross court right now. Backhand slice from Steph is not good enough. And as a result, I expect Lehecka to win the point, but it's not done yet. He's got the smash, but he's put it away. That backhand slice from Steph was not good enough. And therefore, 15 love, Lehecka leads after a 17-shot rally. And Lehecka clenches his fist and says, thank you very much. Second serve here for Steph to look at. Where are you going with this? Oh, dearie me. That is a double fault and a half. I think it may even have just clipped the frame of the racket. It may well have hit the frame of the racket, and therefore landed out. Anyway, whatever happens, it's a double fault, and it's 15 all. Okay, Tsitsipas, where are we going to have to return this from? Lehecka was going for the backhand on that first serve. Where's he going to go on the second serve? I'm going to guess he's going to go for the forehand, but he could be in trouble. Goes into the body. It's a runaround forehand because it wasn't fast enough. Backhand, Steph goes long. I don't think he's having a great backhand day today. It's okay until now because he's getting away with it, if you like. I think bigger and more serious opponents, dare I say, a Novak Djokovic would have punished him for this backhand day. He's going to have an excellent backhand day should they meet in the final. Anyway, 30-15 for Lehecka. There's a slice from Steph, and it wasn't a bad slice on this occasion, but Lehecka does well, and it's 40-15. 2 game points for a 4-3 lead in this second set, albeit on serve. Backhand return from Steph. It's a defensive one, and a forehand winner from Jiri Lehecka means he now leads 4 games to 3. What are your thoughts, people? Four games to 3, he leads. It's Tsitsipas serving at 3-4. Just a reminder that earlier on today, Sebi Korda retired with an injury, with a wrist injury. So he is now out. Khachanov progresses to the semi-final. He's awaiting, of course, the winner of this match here between Lehecka and Stefanos Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas very much with the advantage. 1-0, and they are on serve in the second set. What else is going on, or what else has been going on today? We also had a couple of women's matches, the first one of which was Rybakina winning in straight sets against Ostapenko. I think that was 6-2, 6-4, if memory serves me right. And the second match, the second women's quarterfinal match, perhaps offering a much bigger surprise in the shape of a win for Azarenka in straight sets over Jessica Pegula. 6-4, 6-1. That certainly caught me by surprise. Perhaps it even caught Pegula by surprise. I know Pegula was lamenting the court speed at various times. And as a result, the American is out at the quarterfinal stage of a major tournament again. A pattern is emerging there. A pattern is also emerging here at the moment. Both players are holding serve. We've had quite a few break points, though, for Lehecka in this set, but he's yet to take advantage of one, and they are on serve at the moment. Stefanos Tsitsipas is serving at 3-4. He did hold quite comfortably in the previous game. I remember him racing through that to love pretty quickly. Anyway, 3-4, Stefanos Tsitsipas serving. Goes out wide, and the return is into the net. 15-love. Tsitsipas down the tee. Forehand Tsitsipas. Is it enough to win the point? No, it's not. That's a good volley, though, from Steph. And it's 30-love. He was right at the net there. Got a nice volley on it. Got plenty of depth on it, too. And it goes past Lehecka. 30-love. Steph has been pretty comfortable in the last couple of games. In fact, that's now 4, 5, 6 points in a row for Steph on serve. 30-love. Second serve, though, here for Lehecka to look at in the deuce court. And it's a backhand winner down the line. 30-15. Breaks the trend that I was just suggesting had been emerging on the Steph serve. Good backhand winner down the line, that. Flies past Steph. Okay, Steph, where are you putting this serve? You are going out wide, and it's an ace, 40-15. Where are you going with this serve, Steph? Down the tee is the answer. Puts it wide. Second serve, Lehecka to look at. 40-15 down, though. Second serve is in. And a backhand from Tsitsipas is into the net. Like I said, despite looking reasonably comfortable in this match in terms of the scoreboard, he's having a pretty rough backhand day. If he's going to win this tournament, and probably that's where we are now. We're at the quarterfinal stage. He's the second highest, or he's the second favorite left in the tournament. He's certainly the favorite to get to the final. That has to be his ambition. Anything other than winning this tournament, I would argue, certainly anything other than a final appearance would be a disappointment for him. But anyway, he wins that game, more importantly, or in terms of the immediate future, more importantly, and it's 4 games all. Lehecka is serving. Stefanos doing that typical sort of walk back and forth that he likes to do as he readies himself to return serve. Return serve, by the way, I would argue is the weakest part of his game. Some people might talk about the backhand or even the slice. I think the slice has got a bit better, which is perhaps why some of his grass court performances have improved recently over the last year or so. But it's the return for me. Backhand return there from Steph. Backhand cross court. It's just that he has good backhand days sometimes. I remember the one against Rafa, for example, at exactly this stage in 2021, where he had an excellent backhand day. Forehand now, Steph goes long. To be fair, the backhand was pretty consistent throughout that point, set himself up for a nice forehand, had to run around it a little bit, but he hit it too long. 15 love, Jiri Lehecka, 4 games all. Where are you going with this one? Forehand Steph return. It's not deep enough though. Backhand slice from Steph. Forehand from Lehecka. Steph deciding to go defensive there with the backhand there, and as a result, Lehecka has a relatively easy smash, which he puts away. I don't think Steph is playing that well. Sorry. Anyway, nothing against Lehecka. Lehecka could easily win this set, and then we'll see where we're at. I mean, he's had a few come from behind victories already in this tournament. That's a nice, nice forehand winner there from Lehecka. Did it clip the net? He seemed to put his hand up. Let's have a quick look at this one. Maybe he mishit the serve. Anyway, most important thing is he won the point. Puts his hand up. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he mishit the serve. Maybe the forehand down the line clipped the net. Anyway, 40 love. Lehecka serving. Ooh, goes long. So it's a second serve for Steph to look at. 1 hour, 18 minutes on the clock. Final match of the day, or final singles match of the day in Melbourne. Backhand return. It's pretty decent, though, from Steph. And Lehecka was going for the serve and volley, but he doesn't get the volley right. Gets in a bit of a tangle there. And as a result, it's 40-15. Tsitsipas receiving here at 40-15 down in this particular service game for Lehecka. No one's really damaged each other on their own serve for a few games now. We're into the rally here. Backhand from Steph. Backhand from both players as they exchange backhands. Forehand, Steph goes wide. Even the forehand's looking a bit dodgy at the moment from Steph. And it's 5-4 for Lehecka. Back in a minute. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Stefanos Tsitsipas leading 30 love on serve here, 4-5 down. So There we are. That's where we're at right now, ladies and gentlemen. And he's gone wide there, so it's 30-15 now. 30-15 on the Steph serve. 2 points away from sealing the game, but conversely, Lehecka is 3 points away from winning the set. But that does feel a little distant at the moment. Oh, dearie me. I told you Steph is having a bad backhand day, but boy, oh boy. Really badly mishit that backhand, and it goes into the net. 30 all. Okay. Stefanos Tsitsipas, 30 all. Now it doesn't look so far away, winning this set, by the way, but that's an excellent serve from him, and he celebrates it with aplomb. Can he celebrate with aplomb? Celebrates it with gusto. 40-30. Now he has a game point, because that was a big point, to be fair. Okay, where are we going with this one? Going down the tee. Does it clip the line? No, it doesn't. As you can see in that picture I've got on the show there, you can see Lehecka's return position is much closer, and Lehecka goes big on the return. Stefanos Tsitsipas holds because that return goes very, 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 very long, and it is 5 games all. Okay, Stefanos Tsitsipas and Jiri Lehecka. Where are we going with this set? Everyone's held serve and been reasonably comfortable over the last half an hour. So we had that game at the beginning of the set where Lehecka had, I think, 5 break points on the Steph serve, but wasn't able to break. Will he pay the price for that? Don't know. Let's see. Tsitsipas leads 1-0, 5 games all. As we get to the tense part of this set, goes down the tee on a second serve. And guess what? On the backhand side, Tsitsipas hits it long. There are good days for Steph on the backhand, and there are bad days. And this, so far, is turning out to be a bad day on the backhand for Steph. 15 love, Lehecka. First serve in. No, must have clipped the net. So still a first serve. 15 love. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to the backhand of Steph, but it's going to be a second serve, I believe. 1 hour 24 on the clock. Steph on the forehand return. Stefanos, that's a good forehand for there from Steph. Changes it up, brings it to the forehand of Lehecka, and then Steph. Honestly, the unforced errors seem to be piling up for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Let's have a quick look to see it. Have a quick look at some of the stats here from the match. 30 love for Lehecka. And the return goes into the net, so it's 40 love for the Czech. Let's have a quick look at some of these unforced error counts. Well, it's actually nip and tuck. It's 21 for Steph and 19 for his opponent, so pretty close. Yeah, break points 1. It seems like Lehecka, yeah, he had those 5 break points I mentioned earlier, not taking any of them. And there's only been 1 break of serve in the whole match, by the way. But we have had 10 break points in total. Lehecka holds comfortably, so he leads 6-5. And I will be staying with you, despite them having a break. Just having a look more at some of these stats. Total points 1. Stefanos leads that slightly at the moment. 66 points to 62. But yeah, like I say, certainly a bad day on the backhand. Let's see if we've got any backhand unforced errors, return unforced errors. Okay. Just having a look down here, service points played. Fairly even on that stat. That sometimes can tell you who's under a bit more pressure on serve. Anyway, back to you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new. Are we heading to a tie break, or is Lehecka going to break serve? Let's find out. To see who will be playing Karen Khachanov in the semi-final of the Australian Open. Khachanov reaching his second Grand Slam in a row after defeating Sebi Korda today. Sebi Korda retiring hurt in the third set with a wrist injury. At that stage, he was already 2-love down. To be fair, Khachanov eked out, no, more than eked out. Khachanov won the first set on a tiebreaker and was, I believe, was up a break maybe, or was certainly on serve in the second set. So he was in a pretty good situation when the injury at least flared up enough to receive treatment. Either way, Korda is out, Khachanov is through, and the winner of this will play Khachanov for a place in the Australian Open final on the men's side. Okay, Tsitsipas serving 5-6 down. Goes to the forehand of Lehecka, and Lehecka goes wide with that forehand. Is it fair to say the quality of this match has not been of the highest level? The quality of this match, probably not high enough to win a Grand Slam. That's not to say that neither of these won't go on to win this title, but we'll see. By the way, if Jiri Lehecka wins a Grand Slam before Stefanos Tsitsipas, that would be a damning indictment. Okay, Tsitsipas, second serve, backhand return from Lehecka, tamely into the net. 30-love, Steph. Tweet here from Boris Becker saying, indeed, he's not often quite brief with the return, with his tweets. He's loving the old Twitter, by the way, this last few days. I think he's enjoying life. Okay, Tsitsipas, where are you going with this serve? You're going down the tee, and it's an ace, 40-love. We are on the verge of a tiebreak, ladies and gentlemen. Seems to be an insect on the court. 40-love, Stefanos Tsitsipas here. Serving, if he wins this point, we are going to a tiebreak, but that's well wide, that serve. Steph this time into the body of Lehecka. Forehand Steph. Does that clip the line? No, I think it went out. So it's 40-15. Philippoussis there giving applause of encouragement. Don't think it was applause in terms of the shot because it was just slightly wrongly executed. It was unlucky, I would suggest, in that it must have been just out. Anyway, 40-15. Tsitsipas to serve. Where are you going with this one? Going out wide. Decent return from Lehecka, but Steph in charge of the point, and we are going to a tiebreak, ladies and gentlemen. 6 games all. Tiebreak. Okay. Off we go. By the way, for those of you wondering where that score on the screen is coming from, go to talking-tennis.com. It's from our website. You'll see all our podcasts there, as well as a load of old videos that you can check up on, and a few articles, both in terms of features and news articles too. Okay, forehand return from Steph. No, it must have clipped the net. Lehecka serving first here, by the way. 6 games all. Where are you going with this serve, Lehecka? You are going down the tee. Backhand return from Steph. Forehand from Lehecka. Forehand Steph. Backhand Lehecka. Backhand Steph. Forehand Lehecka. Backhand Steph. Forehand Lehecka. Backhand Steph. Repeat. Although now we're on the backhand of Lehecka to the backhand of Steph. When is that backhand going to break down? It doesn't matter. Stayed consistent, stayed solid for a change, and it's the Lehecka shot selection, or the shot that ended up backing down or breaking down, because it's 1-0 Tsitsipas. 1-0 Stefanos Tsitsipas, second set tiebreak. Here we go. Down the tee. Must have clipped the net. Hit that like button, by the way, if you're just joining us. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. 1-0 Stefanos Tsitsipas leads already with a mini advantage, mini break. Steph goes down the tee, forehand return from Jiri Lehecka is good. Forehand also pretty good there from Lehecka. Forehand from Steph is even better. What a winner. Now that's the kind of tennis we know you're capable of, Steph. 2-0, he now leads in the tiebreak. It's in far bigger leads than 2-0 given up, but that's a decent point there for Tsitsipas to win. Of course, we had Holger Rune in a deciding set tiebreaker, 5-love up. Steph goes down the line. Sorry, goes down the middle with a serve. It's an ace, and it's 3-0. Just the one mini break, but 3-0. Serving. Where are you going with this serve, Lehecka? You are going down the tee. Forehand return from Steph is good. It's deep, but it's also a deep shot from Lehecka. Forehand now. He's going big on that one, Steph. He's in charge of the point. He comes into the net. Is it going to be a smash for Steph? Lets it bounce, so it's going to be a smash. What are you doing with this, Steph? You're winning the point. That's what you're doing. You are winning the point. 4-love, he now leads. Double mini break. 5-love. Very different 5-love, by the way, or 5-0 as it was for Rune, because that was a deciding set tiebreak 2-10. You would imagine 5-0 would be decisive for Steph, but let's see. It's 4-0 at the moment. Let's go down the tee. It's an ace, 4-1. Excuse me. Oh, Tsitsipas serving, 4-1. Still a healthy advantage. 2 holds and he'll have 5 set points. Tsitsipas goes out wide. It's into the net. It's 5-1 for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Changeover. Hey, Matthew. Nice to see you back. I said Lehecka would come into it by the second set. He's done that, but just not been consistent enough. Yeah, I think both players, though, have lacked consistency, to be honest with you, Matthew. I think Steph hasn't played great, especially on the backhand, but even the forehand at times has been wayward. Anyway, huge advantage now for Steph. 5-1. He leads at the changeover. If he holds this service point, he will have 5 set points and a 2 sets to love lead and 1 foot in the semi-finals of the Australian Open for the 3rd year in a row. Now that's consistency, which has been anything but consistent on the backhand side today for Steph. 5-1. Where are you going with this serve? You're going down the tee. Steph now on the forehand. Nice one. He's got it. 1-2. 6-1. He now leads. 5 set points. Lehecka is going to be trying to save the first 2 of these at least on his own serve. We'll see how that pans out. You'd imagine now that Steph has got this, but let's see. Stranger things have happened. Hi, JG. JG, Tsitsipas my finalist. Yeah, mine too. Mine too, JG. I have a Tsitsipas Novak final. Okay, Tsitsipas goes into the net there on the return. 6-2 now, Lehecka. Yeah, I have Tsitsipas in the final. I had Tsitsipas Korda semi-final in my bracket. I had Korda beating Medvedev in the 3rd round, but alas, he had to pull out injured today against Khachanov. Oh, that's a good serve. No, it's not. It's gone long. 6-2, second serve here. 4 set points. One of them already saved. By the way, who have you got as your women's winner, JG? Forehand return from Steph. Forehand down the line from Steph. Backhand slice from Steph. Not the best shot of his in the book. Ooh, what a winner, Stefanos Tsitsipas. 1 foot in the second semi-final now 2-0, he leads. Huge, huge, huge. Just like the forehand. Listen, Tsitsipas, in my opinion, has been subpar throughout this match. The backhand, he'll need to have a much better backhand day if he does end up meeting Novak in the final. But he's not needed to be. He's been good in the important moments, breaking serve early on in the match, giving himself a decisive advantage, which is yet to relinquish. Just one break of serve in this entire match. Can Lehecka channel what Sinner did and come out strong in the third? Well, he's had a few battles in this tournament so far. I remember against Cam Norrie, they were just constantly breaking serve, and he was 2-1 down in that match. Found it a bit more comfortable against Felix, of course. Anyway, Tsitsipas leads 2-1, 2-0. Is that it? May well be. May well be. Let's take a quick break. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Tsitsipas leads 2-0. Serving at the beginning of this set, as we can see from the image on the screen, he's pretty well supported in the crowd. They'll be very happy with the lead that he has. I don't think he's played his best today, but he's been big in the important moments, and none more so than in that tiebreak. That forehand winner was sensational. 30-15, he leads now on his serve. Where are you going with this serve, Steph? Are you going down the tee, or are you going to go to the backhand? You are going to the backhand, put himself in charge of the point, and that is class. 40-15, Stefanos Tsitsipas put himself very much in charge with that, with a huge serve out wide. Lehecka did well to get just not only a racket on it, but get it to get back over the net. However, Tsitsipas then comes into the net and does a nice little touch at the net, enough to win the point. 40-15, he leads. Looking for a 1-love lead at the beginning of the third set. Down the tee, it clips the net, though, so it's going to be another serve, but it's still a first serve. JG not responding to my who have you got winning the women's tournament, perhaps because he has someone who went out already. Perhaps Bagula, who went out early today, or Swiatek, who went out a couple of days ago. Stefanos Tsitsipas holds serve. Slightly unorthodox defense there from Lehecka, and as a result, Tsitsipas holds 1 game to love. Let's have a quick look. Yes, he did, Matthew. He did very nearly break at the beginning. He had 5 break points, Lehecka, on the Stefanos Tsitsipas serve, but he wasn't able to take any of them. By the way, Steph has in total in this match has had 5 break points on the Lehecka serve, and he's only taken 1. But that has been enough to give him a 1-set advantage, and then he was a killer in that tiebreak, leading now 2 sets to love. It is a test of character, Matthew. I do agree. Head down or chin up. We're about to find out. I agree. So 1 game to love, he leads. By the way, we were talking about the doubles earlier, and Skupski and Kravchik ended up winning in a deciding set tiebreak. So Murray and Townsend are out, to the disappointment of Jamie Murray fans. Okay. Forehand down the line from Lehecka. He's got a smash here. Doesn't get it, though. Got another smash. He does get that one. It's a couple of average smashes, let's say, from Lehecka. Anyway, 15 love. Why does Hachinov have such a poor record versus Steph? Is there any way he can trouble Steph? Well, I think quite possibly it's because he just can't get to the Tsitsipas backhand. That's what you need to do. Have a decent return of serve, I would argue. Then once you're in a position, having got a decent return of serve, i.e. Novak Djokovic, then you're in a position to pin Tsitsipas into the backhand corner, which is something Hachinov is not able to do. He's got a big enough serve of his own, but maybe he's just not aggressive enough. I mean, it is really a weakness of Hachinov's, his lack of aggression. By the way, we've got a smash here for Steph. Not an easy one. Goes for the drop shot. Doesn't work. But that, no, it doesn't either. 30-15 Lehecka. I mean, the key with Steph is if you return well enough, you'll eventually get him on the backhand. You may even get him on the backhand from the first point onwards. If you can't return that well, then you need to rely on Steph to have a bad day at the office. He's had a bad day at the office today, in my opinion, the way he's playing. Is there any way he can trouble Steph? He can. I tell you what, Hachinov, I noticed, was doing a lot today in the match he had with Sebi Korda. And I know Korda retired injured. But what Hachinov would do was often, if he's serving well, great. But if he's not, get yourself in the rally. And then he would just gradually, little by little, crank up the pressure. So it's not like he's a pusher. It's not like he just stays there and waits for his opponent to break down. He will actually gradually sort of increase the velocity on his shots, increase the risk on some of his shots, putting his opponent in a more and more tricky situation. Korda was unable to react, partly because of the injury, perhaps, but also at times was being a bit wayward. Once Korda was in that situation of being pushed into a situation, he was going big on the forehand, but the forehand wasn't good enough today. But that may well have been because of the injury. I'm not sure. But anyway, for the set and a half, even before the injury seemed to flare up, he didn't have a very good forehand day, Sebi Korda, and he is out as a result. Lehecka, by the way, leads 40-30. That's a class volley at the net. 40-30 for a 1-game all scenario at the beginning of this third set. Goes down the tee. It's an ace, so it's 1-game all with Stefanos Tsitsipas to serve. Let's have a quick look at that head-to-head that that you were asking about, Matthew. You said it's 5-0, isn't it? Have a look at it. Yep, 5-0. And that's, you see, that's the thing. Let's have a quick look. What surface were those matches on? Just the one on clay in Rome last year. Tsitsipas going on to win that title. Because that's the thing on clay, you see, that Tsitsipas has the time to do, is he's got the time to run around that backhand if he does get in a bit of trouble. But he can't always do that on faster surfaces, in particular grass. The other weakness he has on grass is both the return and the slice. So really, with that combination, that's why he struggles so much on grass. Anyway, but the other four coming on a hard surface. I will, let's share this on the screen actually for you to give you an idea. I mean, we are maybe looking a bit farther ahead of ourselves. But anyway. Hi, Jane. Nice to have you on board. What happened to Corda? Yeah, I was just touching upon it earlier. There's a few things to talk about regarding Corda. What can I tell you? That's a poor drop shot from Lehecka. And as a result, it's 30-love Stefanos Tsitsipas. Okay, what happened in that match? Well, first of all, Corda did not have a great start. He goes down a break immediately and then is on the back foot from that moment onwards and was never on the front foot for the rest of the match. Corda does get a break back. He also has a mini advantage in the tie break, but something that was recurring. I don't know to what extent the injury had its effect, Jane, but something that was obvious throughout the match was that the forehand was not functioning as it should do. He was going long, far too often. He was also doing quite well at various other points in terms of getting it deep. Yes, I'll come to the. Yeah, he did retire. I'll come to that in a second. But he was already a set and a half, if you like, into the match and was a set down. Let's see what Lehecka does here. Wins the point. 30-15 on the Tsitsipas serve here at 1-game-all. Yeah, he did retire with a wrist injury. To what extent that affected his waywardness on the forehand, we've already seen the service speeds were fine regarding Corda. In fact, they were even slightly faster than it was as an average over the whole match today than compared to the Hurkacz match. However, I was talking to Jack earlier about this, and in terms of the wrist injury affecting service speeds, and the argument was it might not affect the service speeds too much, but it will affect the forehand speeds and will affect the forehand in general. Perhaps that's why he was having such a bad day, but it wasn't obvious to the naked eye or to the casual observer either. That's a good forehand there from Steph, 40-15. So it wasn't too obvious to me until suddenly the umpire gets on the phone and on comes the trainer. I may even have a picture. Let's see if I can get a picture here of the trainer on the court, perhaps. I may have deleted it. I'm not sure. Yeah, just some stats there, I think. Let's see if I can find a picture of him receiving some treatment from earlier. There we go. There we go. That's him getting treatment at the side there. That you can see is at, by the way, Tsitsipas holds, so it's 2-1. You can see on the scoreboard here that it is at a midpoint on serve with Corda leading 3-2 in the second set. He ends up getting this wrist pretty heavily strapped. I would say for the remainder of this set, he was still okay. But from the end of the second set, because you'll see on the scoreboard, by the way, it ends up being 3-love in the excuse me, 3-love in the third set. But the third set, forget it. Do not even think about that in terms of the way the match was going. By then, Corda was just not at all. I mean, he was like an amateur player in that third set because he was too injured. Simple as that. If you believe, and it is possible, that he was 100% healthy until this point, maybe, but the forehand was wayward. Perhaps, by the way, he was still fine until the end of the second set. But from the end of the second set onwards, done. I think a fully fit Sebi Corda and Khachanov today do end up having an epic encounter. Probably they go 4 or 5, with quite possibly Sebi going through, but we'll never know. Most important thing is solid Khachanov is through to his second Grand Slam semi-final in a row, having got there at the US Open last year. Yes, so he retired in the third set at 3-love down. Hopefully that answers you. Hi, Ghibli. So I came back from my most successful skiing day so far, and Steph is 2 sets up. Indeed. Indeed. By the way, I just, yes, he has, Ghibli, but in the key moments, no. Jiri had 5 break points, didn't take any of them in the beginning of the second set. Also, in the tiebreaker, Steph just ran away with it and was clutch in the tiebreaker. But how's the backhand looking if you're referring to Stefanos Tsitsipas? Not good at all. a very bad backhand day, which goes to show maybe it's a lot of grit and determination. I would say even the forehand, tiebreak aside, hasn't looked great. Look at that forehand, for example, going wayward there into the tram line. I'm telling you, Steph's not having a great day, but most important stat is he's 2 sets to love up and 2-1 up. On serve here in the third set. 15 love to Lehecka. 30 love now. But yeah, Ghibli, if you're referring to Steph's backhand, and I believe you are, not good at all. Really, really poor backhand day from Steph. If he is going to win this title, even if he's going to beat Khachanov, he cannot have a backhand day like this. Just can't. 5-0, by the way, Stefanos Tsitsipas is against Khachanov. So, maybe you'd expect him to still emerge the winner in that. In fact, I do. But he's going to have to play much better. 40 love Lehecka. 2 games all. Make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. We're coming towards the end of our day on talking tennis. Well, it depends on how this set, of course, pans out. $15 love for Tsitsipas now on serve. Steph goes down the tee. 15 love becomes 30 love. Jack disagrees, but I thought Steph's backhand return had improved, but not by the sounds of it. And I thought Cowan serve bad improved. Listen, in terms of just today, Ghibli, we're talking about today. I think he's had a bad return day. He's had a bad backhand day. He's had an below average for him forehand day. Sounds odd, bearing in mind he's up, but Lehecka's not really offered much so far. Maybe this was a step too far for Lehecka. Maybe in terms of the occasion, maybe in terms of the quality, I'm not sure. I think maybe as well in terms of his tank. He's obviously had a 5-setter against Norrie. He had 4 sets against Felix. I didn't watch the Felix match. Maybe Felix lost that rather than Lehecka won it. Listen, Lehecka's had a great tournament. If it ends today, so be it. But no, he's not had a good backhand day and he's not had a good return day. But for me, Steph, 2 years ago, there were signs of improvement and consistency on the backhand. He has regressed, arguably, on that side over the last 2 years. But who's to say he can't end up having a sensational 2023? And by the way, in 4 days from now, he could be a first-time Grand Slam winner. So, things can change very quickly in this sport. Lehecka, of course, played him in Rotterdam last year, lost, but it was a pretty close affair, that one. But Tsitsipas has a 5-0 lead over Khachanov in the head-to-head, so you'd imagine that would favour Tsitsipas. Only one of them coming on clay, albeit the most recent one, which occurred in Rome last year. I think it was in Rome. Might have been Monte Carlo. No, I think it was Rome when Tsitsipas got to the final, but in the final he got mullered by Djokovic. Yeah, Rome. They went 3 sets in Rome, which is kind of a surprise that Khachanov took a set off Steph on the clay. But that he did. But then in the second set, Steph bageled him. So 4-6, 6 love, 6-3. It was a win for Steph on the dirt in the Italian capital. Okay, 3-2. Stefanos Tsitsipas leads. Lehecka to serve. Are we going to get a decisive break? Only one break, by the way, in the entire match. But surely it has improved. He won't have these below average days. Improved for me means it troughs less bad. He could always have a good day with a backhand, but until that trough improves, it's the same. Listen, Ghibli, it's probably improved over a 5-year period, but it's been like this, if you like. I just think it peaked in 2021. It can return to that. It can return to that. And by the way, I don't mean the return, I mean the backhand. I haven't seen enough improvements in the return for me. Yeah. By the way, Lehecka's getting 92% first serves in at the moment. Seems insane. Didn't get that one in, though. Second serve here for Tsitsipas to look at. 30 love, Lehecka leads. Run around forehand for Steph. That's a good shot, though, there from Lehecka. And is it? No, it's not enough to win the point. Oh, Tsitsipas. Oh, we've got a lob here. This is turning into an epic point. Oh, dearie me, with an open court. Lehecka shanks it. I'm telling you, the quality is not there for me today. Yeah, agree, Ghibli. Agree. By the way, thanks for joining us from the slopes. But look at this. I mean, those of you that can see it, I mean, basically, that was an open court there, and he completely mistimed it, shanks it, and as a result, Stefanos Tsitsipas wins the point. Not really used it so often. He's done a few, Ghibli. You're talking about Steph, I assume. We're on the Steph bandwagon here. In the first set in particular, we had quite a few second serve net approaches, by the way. So serve and volleys, which, by the way, were fine. I think it's Lehecka, by the way, that's probably looked even better at the net. But no issues for either of them at net, in my opinion. Not as a whole. John, did you predict Paul or Shelton to make the semi-final? You mean at the beginning? I had neither. I had neither Paul nor Shelton. Or do you mean do I? As in, like, who do I think is going to win? Because I think I'm going to go Tommy Paul in that one. But no, I didn't have either of them getting as far as the semi. But game by game, or match by match, I should say, I did have Tommy Paul beating RBA when they met. And I also had Shelton beating Wolf. But I didn't have either of them getting to the semi-final, that's for sure. And I think, listen, if anyone predicted either of them to get to the semi-final, as Lehecka, by the way, holds serve there, so it's 3 games all. If anyone had either of those in their semi-final from the beginning of the tournament, hats off. But I did have Tsitsipas and Djokovic in the final. Okay, 3 games all. Steph serving. Down the tee, backhand return from Lehecka. Forehand to forehand now. Of course, he's peppering. And I tell you what, there's another shank. How many shanks from Tsitsipas on the backhand side have we seen today? At least half a dozen, I would say. Just getting it totally wrong. Totally wrong. You know what? Watching these two today, you'd think this was a first round match between a couple of guys outside the top 50. Anyway, here we are. There you go. There's a net approach there from Steph, but very poor. Very, very poor approach. And as a result, it's love 30. Stefanos Tsitsipas, love 30 down. 2 points, really, that he really should have done better on. Approaching there, that approach, dearie me. And that half volley, just knew it. He just stood there. Fair enough. Lehecka wins the point. Love 30. Thanks, Jane, for your super chat. You're welcome. I'm always here for a custom response, and especially if you give us a super chat. Much appreciated, Janie. Janie's been helping support the channel throughout the tournament, and we appreciate it. Big star. Anyone else wants to give us a super chat and be like Jane? Feel free to do so. Stefanos Tsitsipas. Double fault now, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Love 40. 3 break points. Lehecka had 5 break points in 1 game in the previous set. Didn't take any of them. Stefanos Tsitsipas has not lost serve in the entire match. As you can see on the scoreboard, he's only broken. So there's only been 1 break of serve in the entire match so far. Are we about to see a second one? Lehecka returning. Love 40. Here we go. What are you doing with this one, Steph? You are going down the tee, but you are wide and long, I believe. So it's a second serve to look at here at love 40. Backhand return goes into the net. He got himself all shook up there, Lehecka. It's 15-40. Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with everything there, Ghibli. I don't necessarily think either have a particular issue with Novak, not yet, because they haven't played him often enough. And maybe Tommy Paul has played him a bit more often, of course, than Shelton. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Tommy Paul can trouble Novak. Of course, Novak has to beat Rublev, but that head-to-head certainly favors the Serb. Forehand, Steph, that's an excellent forehand winner there. 30-40. He saves 2 break points. 3 games all. But I'll tell you what, Ghibli, Stefanos Tsitsipas playing like this might not even beat Khachanov. Never mind Novak. Okay, 30-40. One more break point to save here from Steph's point of view. Can you do it, my friend? First serve is in. It's an ace! And he celebrates like he's won the Australian Open, Wimbledon, French Open, and US Open all in one. Deuce. Down the tee, ace. Deuce from love 40. Should never have been in that position in the first place, but there you go. Here we are. Nevertheless, deuce, 3 games all. His 8th ace of the day. It's going to be a second serve on this occasion, though, for Lehecka to look at deuce. Tsitsipas has 8 aces. Lehecka has 6. Second serve is in. Backhand now for Steph. Backhand Lehecka. Of course, he's going to the backhand of Steph. Backhand of Steph again. Forehand Lehecka. Of course, he's going backhand Steph. But he does now change it up. Is it enough? No, it's not. On that occasion, Lehecka at the net just wasn't good enough. Should have done better with a volley. Lehecka on that occasion. And it's now a game point for Stefanos Tsitsipas. The celebration was big, and I understand it, but that wasn't really down to excellent play from Steph, but more, perhaps, slightly weak from his opponent. Ghibli, thank you very much for the £10 contribution. I hope you are enjoying the commentary from the chilly slopes. Where exactly in Europe are you skiing, Ghibli, by the way? Stefanos goes down the tee with a, okay, and now we're into a rally here. Stefanos on the backhand, and there goes the backhand. Wayward again, into the tram line. Deuce. Where are you tuning in from, Ghibli? Three games all, deuce. An important moment here. Lehecka breaks, and he's certainly back in it. I mean, still a long way to go. But goes big on the return and fails epically. Advantage Tsitsipas. A little pirouette. And I'm back with you. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? You don't see that on YouTube channels very often. You couldn't hear me too well, but you're enjoying the commentary. If you asked where I am, Lehecka. I think that's in France, is it? Lehecka needs this. How's the crowd? Big for Steph. Yeah, it is big for Steph, and it's pretty much full. But you'd expect both of those for the Greek in Melbourne. And it's a forehand winner from Stefanos Tsitsipas. He holds serve. That was huge. Facing 3 break points. So that's now 8 break points Jiri Lehecka has had in this match across just 2 games. Just 2 games, 8 break points. And how many did Lehecka take? None. Stefanos Tsitsipas, on the other hand, has broken serve on just 1 occasion in the first set. It was enough to help him win that set 6-3. They held throughout in the second set, and Tsitsipas just crushed the tiebreak. winning it, I think, 7-3, I believe it was, that second set tiebreak. He was excellent in the tiebreak. I would say it's the only time he's really been excellent during the match. I think Tsitsipas started the match quite well, but probably from the moment he broke serve until he won that tiebreak, he wasn't on it. But today he hasn't had to be. But tougher assignments await, is what I'm saying. No disrespect to Lehecka. I think he's an excellent tennis player. It may have just been a step too far today in terms of his Australian Open tank, but he'll be back. I'm sure he'll be in a Grand Slam quarterfinal again pretty soon. Hatchinoff, by the way, Mr. Consistent. Second Grand Slam semi-final in a row for him. Tsitsipas there is delighted to get the hold. Yeah, but Ghibli, I think on this point regarding, I understand what you mean in some respects, but I think on this point in Melbourne, it is a special occasion for the Greeks. It is the second or third most densely populated part of the world for Greeks. Can you believe that? So there are cities in Greece that have less Greeks than Melbourne, is what I'm saying. I think only Athens and maybe Thessaloniki have more. So that is understandable. But what else have we got here? Matthew D'Souza. John, how many second serve return points has Lehecka won? Good question, Matthew. Let's have a quick look at some of the stats. Let's get some of the stats up on the scoreboard for us. 4-3. By the way, it's love 15 on the Lehecka serve here, so that may be a little interesting. We'll see if it goes to love 30. Let's go stats. Let's go the whole match. Love 30 now on the Lehecka serve, so this could get very interesting. By the way, somebody wanting to know how aggressive Lehecka's been on the return. I think I saw that from maybe Ghibli. Is Jiri attacking the second serves? Not enough, possibly, and when he does, he doesn't always succeed, is what I would say. Of course, he does well in the rallies to get on the backhand side. That's an excellent serve and volley there from Lehecka, so it's 15-30. Yes. Oh, on the second serve in the match, Lehecka on Tsitsipas' second serve is winning 36% of the points. Maybe that's a little disappointing. Maybe that's kind of normal. Anyway, second serve here for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Let's get back in the moment. I will address some more. I know Yuri is Czech. Most Eastern Europeans don't get much love. I know some Balkans do, yeah. Okay, anyway, forehand return. By the way, Czechs, do not like to be referred to as Eastern European, Ghibli, just so you know. At least geographically, I think they are fairly centrally located, and I know they're quite sensitive about that. I don't mind. I'm not Czech. But yeah, apparently they're not keen on it. I think I made that mistake in the past anyway, and I was told, no, John, you do not call us Eastern European. Did I overestimate Yuri's power? Perhaps, maybe Ghibli, but maybe it's today. Maybe in previous matches he was much more powerful. I just think both are not having a great day. Sometimes when your opponent plays badly too, it can affect your own performance. By the way, Lehecka, who was in a spot of bother there at love 30, has got it back now to lead 40-30. Good question, Ghibli. I'm familiar still calling it Czech Republic, at least to the best of my knowledge in English. I know in German they do call it Czechia. But yeah, let me know, by the way, if anyone is tuning in from the Czech Republic in the live chat, and I will try and adjust accordingly. By the way, big hold that for Lehecka. He was in a spot of bother at love 30. He gets it back to 4 games all. And yeah, regarding this, yeah, maybe you did, but like I say, maybe he just felt more energy and more power on previous days. And like I say, I think sometimes when one player is playing badly, sometimes can drag the other one down. Yeah, well, he's got another chance to break serve again here. 4 games all. Well, another chance. He's not only got any break points yet. An approach from Steph, not needed though, because Lehecka puts the ball into the net. I just think the match today hasn't been a high quality one. It happens sometimes. It happens. It's not a major concern, I don't think, for Steph, should he get to the semi-finals. But the one thing that has to happen as he has to step it up in the semi-finals and obviously in the final. Should he get that far? 15 love, Stefanos Tsitsipas serving. Where are you going with this one? You're going out wide, but it's wide in itself. So it's going to be a second serve for Lehecka to look at. 4 games all. Crucial part of this set now. And Lehecka goes long on the return. Probably should have done better. 30 love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Okay, where are we going with this one? 30 love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's 40 love, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Lehecka, by the way, I'm focusing a bit more on his returns. He's not doing well enough, in my opinion. So there, agree. Crowd has been flat too, as the level not exhilarating. Yeah, perhaps that's influence. It's kind of chicken and egg scenario. Disappointing when you get this many shocks, perhaps, or perhaps this can happen. Okay, I need to go back to your previous comment. Was JP as a good game? Yeah, but Pegula was complaining a lot about the court speed. By the way, Stefanos Tsitsipas is held, so it's 5 games to 4 now. And Lehecka, when he returns to the court, will be serving to stay in the match. That is pressure. Let's see how he handles that. I think it was pretty good. I think Azarenka was returning well enough to trouble Pegula. Pegula was complaining, like I say, about the court speed and I think the ball speed somewhat. I know I was with Jack on that and Isabel too. Both of them noticing her frustration. I've not tuned in for Pegula's press conference, but I would not be surprised if she does mention the court speed. She did really well in Sydney just a few weeks ago, of course. Basically knocking Swiatek off the court 6-2, 6-2, firing shots left, right, and center. But that is another quarterfinal on the Grand Slam CV that Pegula has lost. So there we go. Yelena was good from Elena. Karen didn't match. Didn't sound great. Yeah, but the problem with the Karen match, of course, is an injury, and you know what can you do? Listen, Karen deserves his place in the semi-finals, back-to-back semi-finals at slams. But yeah, when someone's injured, it does sort of take the shine off. It was quite difficult to commentate on as well, really, in that third set, especially because you know there just wasn't a third set. Korda was there in spirit, but not much else. Okay. Let's get back to this because this is a crucial element now of this moment. An element of the moment, I think you know what I mean. It's getting late. At least it is for me. Okay. Lehecka to serve. How's your nerve? Getting the first serve in, that's a good sign. Nice 1-2 there, meaning he gets up 15 love. Good first serve. Forehand return from Steph. Couldn't really do much with it. And Lehecka puts it away as he approaches. By the way, when you say Vetser or WC Ghibli, I presume you mean World Cup and not a toilet. But yeah, that's the thing. There's a point where the shocks can be fun and exciting at the beginning of the tournament, but you know there comes a point when it gets too many, and suddenly Djokovic is got a relatively easy run to the final. Okay, backhands now exchanged. How constant is Stefanos' backhand? That was a much better backhand exchange for Steph. 15 all. Is it too early to say 3 points away from victory? Well, you could neither be too early nor too late. And he's going to, by the way, whatever happens in this point, he'll be at least 3 points away because even if it goes 30-15, he'll still be 3 points away from winning the match. Anyway, 15 all. Big point, this one. And perhaps Lehecka's feeling it because he puts it into the net, the first serve. Okay. Return from Steph is not bad, but not good enough, in my opinion. Smash here for Lehecka, but it's nervy, but it doesn't matter. He's done it, 30-15. That was cool because that wasn't an easy smash, especially in the circumstances, 15 all on your serve at 4-5 down in the third set. Good smash. Good technique. 30-15. Where are you going with this serve, Lehecka? That's a nervy serve, though. Forehand Steph. Is he going to feed off that nerves? Oh, and that's another nervous shot as well from Lehecka. Forehand goes long. It's 30 all. 30 all, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours and 15 minutes on the clock. We're either going to have a game point for Lehecka or a match point for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Here we go. Lehecka. How's your nerve? Clips the net. I think it landed in, so it's still a first serve. Yeah, maybe you're a two tennis podcast, Ghibli, but it's allowed. Okay. First serve in at the net now. Is it going to be a passing shot? It is. It is a passing shot from Tsitsipas. Lehecka went the wrong way, a bit like a goalkeeper in a penalty shootout. Went the wrong way. Tsitsipas goes cross court. Probably was quite clear he was going to go cross court, in my opinion, on the backhand side. It's a passing shot, winner on the backhand side. Lehecka will be disappointed, though, with how he dealt with it. Either way, match point, Stefanos Tsitsipas for a place in the Australian Open semi-finals. 30-40, Lehecka, where are you going with this serve? You're putting it into the net. That's where you're going. That's where you're going. It's a second serve. Don't double fold, please. 30-40. In. Forehand return from Steph. Backhand. Forehand, Steph. Forehand to backhand, Steph. Backhand into the net. Game, set, match. Stefanos Tsitsipas didn't have to do much. In a way, that match point summed up the match. Tsitsipas, the only exception was he was landing his backhands in, but he didn't have to do too much and waited for an error from Lehecka, which went right into the net. Oh, that's interesting. John Blom there, zooming down. I didn't know that was pretty quick. That must be new. I don't remember that happening last year. So, game, set, match for Stefanos Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas will play Khachanov in the semi-finals of the Australian Open. That'll be, I guess, first up on Friday, probably at around about 4 a.m. Central European time, maybe 3 a.m. In the UK, something like that. Don't stick to it religiously. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. I'm going to give you a very, very brief analysis of that match, which just occurred before we close, but I'll go in much more deeper detail for the 20 minutes, which will come your way later on today. What have we just seen? Well, let's get the result up on the screen for you. 6-3, 7-6, 6-4. Just 2 breaks of serve in the entire match there. There we go. Tsitsipas winning that one in straight sets. Just 2 breaks of serve throughout. Let's get that on the screen for you like so. Yeah, so just 2 breaks of serve. Tsitsipas gets his break of serve in the first set super early on. And that was the 4th match in a row, by the way, where we had a break of serve super early on in each match today, where Rybakina did so against Ostapenko. Rybakina goes on to win in straight sets. Khachanov did so with Korda. He wins. And also in the match with Pegula as well. She was down a break super early on in her match with Azarenka, and Azarenka prevails in straight sets. And here we have Tsitsipas getting an early break and ultimately winning in straight sets. But the quality, ladies and gentlemen, was not great. There was a lot of errors on both sides, but particularly from Tsitsipas's point of view, the backhand, which will have to improve, I'm sure, ahead of his semi-final with Khachanov and potentially in the final with Novak. Nevertheless, Tsitsipas won the second set, basically because he was just excellent in the tiebreak. Third set, nip and tuck. But, yeah, it wasn't a great match, ladies and gentlemen. The quality wasn't super high. I can see Lehecka now backstage in the changing room. Or in the exercise room. He's going to get on an exercise bike. He'll be crestfallen. He'll be particularly disappointed with the way he played today, I think. Lehecka's best form was certainly in the previous 2 matches against Felix and against Cam Norrie, in my opinion. Stefanos Tsitsipas did not have to play his best tennis today, but most important thing for him and his fans is he's in the semi-final where he will play Karen Khachanov. Everybody, thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed today's commentary. Looks like we've got another comment here. If it wasn't for the head-to-head, Karen doesn't have a chance in the general matchup. Quite possibly, but can Karen get to the backhand of Steph? Don't know, is my opinion. If he can, If he can target the backhand, he's got a chance. Lehecka, by the way, targeted it and targeted it reasonably successful, which probably suggests he returned okay. Tsitsipas had a bad backhand day. Didn't matter. He wins 6-3, 7-6, 6-4. He will now play Karen Khachanov. Tomorrow will be more matches for you. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new. Karen will show up, says Ghibli. I will play you out. enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.